Oh, 1 minute.
1 minute. This is it. I think the sound is late. Yeah. Okay, let's hope, yeah. Let's hope it doesn't do that. Okay. Gonna go ahead and call the meeting to order at 5 p.m. Please stand for the flag salute. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that we have 4 board members present, with the exception of Ms. Estrada, who is out sick, and all cabinet is present. First up, we have the approval of the governing board agenda it is recommended that the governing board approve the agenda of the October 14th, 2024 governing board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Chung, second. Ms. Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. Approval of minutes. We have approval of the September 9th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos?
I'll second.
Oh, I think that's the one that you missed.
I'll second. I apologize.
Okay, so Mr. Chung. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And Olivia, are you?
I'm abstaining.
So it's 3-0-1. Motion passes 3-0-1.
Thank you.
Governing board comments. We'll start with Mr. Chung.
I want to say welcome to everybody tonight. We've got a big crowd. Gilbert in the house. Welcome, Gilbert. Our teachers, always awesome to see our teachers and our admins. So October is an interesting month. It's always that month we get no breaks. So I think October and April. So hopefully this month we all get through it. A little bit warm. Hopefully as Halloween comes around, not too much sugar overload. Everyone stays healthy and safe. I'm just excited today to hear our Gilbert community and what they have to share about all the amazing things that always happen there. And so we always have the board appreciate, I think, hearing just an update on all the stuff that happens. And so I'm excited for that today. And this month, I was able to go to the State of the City from Buena Park, and that's where we have like multiple districts and groups represented. And it was really reassuring that when we were they were kind of addressing education, and then you kind of talk about Centralia, Savannah, but they talk about Buena Park. We're pretty well represented always. I think it's in our name. We are Buena Park School District. So it was great to see all the good things in our district happening. It was represented very strong at the State of the City, where we had a lot of different people there and to see what we were about. So that was really cool. I was able to attend the California Latino School Board Association, where our Dr. Lee was a panel member, Dr. Valdez, a member of their leadership, and then even just a different admin showing up to support. And it was great to see again the representation that our district does in different aspects. So that was very good to see. Very proud to hear and represent what we are in the educational leadership community. So thank you, Dr. Lee, for running that panel. I know she's also keynoting a conference called Cultivating Leadership for a group that I know she'll represent us strong. And so good to see that our leadership is always out there putting our name, that we're already out there already, but just to continue to show our leadership and our representation. So thank you for doing that. And also a little thank you to I heard Power Authority donating a generous amount to our FFA at the Buena Park Middle School. And that's really huge to see the innovation and people believing in what we do, to even put their money to support that. So that was just a few things I want to highlight for this month. And again, really excited for our community from Gilbert here. So that's all I have to say today.
Thank you, Ms. Shed.
Thank you. I want to start by saying hello to everyone. I want to say thank you for the condolences that I received on the passing of my brother. My heart was lifted by the cards and the flowers and the care package that I received. I appreciated the warm and caring thoughts that went behind it. So thank you. On September 8th, thank you to Jay and the staff and the students. I wasn't able to be here, but their presentation was so engaging. It really was encouraging for me to see it. September 18th, I participated in the Orange County School Board Association Legislative and Budget Seminar. October 12th, I attended the State of the City, and Buena Park School District was represented well as far as the acknowledgements from the city. On October 3rd, I attended the Orange County Power Authority open house. And because it was, well, I should say, Buena Park Middle School's Shelley Andros wrote a grant for their FFA program, and they received it. And so because it was back to school night, they couldn't be there, but I was able to be there and humbly and proudly accept it on their behalf. And I wanted to, thinking about Dr. Lee's topic that she spoke about the power of relationships and leadership. It made me think about how I was at a Buena Park Collaborative meeting, and there were, there were people there from all the resources in the city were there, and they spoke about their mission. And I went and spoke with the lady afterwards. Her name was Linda, and she told me, what they did for students and for schools. And if she was talking about solar panels, I said, we already have solar panels. But then she went on to say, we give grants and we do education pieces and things like this. And so I was really impressed with her dedication and drive. And so I passed the information to our superintendent, who passed it to our middle school. And then here we are, they've given a $20,000 grant. So I was just so thankful for that opportunity that I have, that I can go to these meetings and help these or participate in relationships that help our district and our students and our families. And that's it for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shed. Mr. Frutos.
When I started this, good afternoon. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully everybody's doing great. It's amazing to see the staff, the students, the families here as a familia, as a comunidad. So thank you for being here, taking the time to be at today's meeting. Gilbert has a special place for me because I spent quite a bit of time, doing some different things at Gilbert. So seeing some of the students here that I've seen at school, and the families and the parents, it's very rewarding for me. It's also very touching. Seeing the staff, such as Ms. Earl, all the way down to our custodian. Just getting to talk to the staff there is always a great thing for me. And it's about, building relationships, cultivating relationships in that capacity, which is pretty cool to see that our district officially launched our Cariño classes for our parents. So that's based on 3 pillars on parent education, parent advocacy, and parent empowerment. I think those courses are going to go a long way in our school district and in our community. So I look forward to hearing more about those, because I know we've already done some workshops in regards to some of the topics that have come to mind. I've also had the opportunity to hear and know what happened at the Whitaker Park. There was a Not So Sweet campaign where 102.7 was out there, and they talked about the importance of limiting the sweets and sugar beverages. And it's Halloween, so it's going to be kind of hard to eliminate some of that stuff. But they had a lot of vendors out there, and they did a physical activity. So they talked to the community in regards to being staying off the sweets, but also incorporating drinking more water. I also had the opportunity to go to the State of the City. It's always a great event to attend, because that's where you see a lot of our community that's in leadership But the most impressive part is even though I work out in South Orange County, I get to hear the great stuff that we're doing here in Buena Park from other educators out there that I get a chance to meet and talk to and work with. So Dr. Lee's doing a great job with the partnerships and the communication and building those relationships here in our district and in the community. Also like to shout out Pendleton. They had their Special Olympics kickoff for the last couple of years. That's been very successful. And I look forward to being there this year. Also, second grade had an opportunity to go to the Buena Park Library. I think it's an amazing place to start building those literacy skills. Being in a place where you can also be there as a family, but also pick up a good book. Regardless of whatever language we want to pick it up in, there is ample genres and books that we can pick up as a family or as individuals to start promoting that literacy, which is what Director Song is doing in talking about bringing the dual immersion program over to our district. I welcome any language that we that we decide on into our district. I have no preference in language, but to know that we're bringing a dual language to our district, I think is gonna add value to what we have going on here in the Buena Park School District. And then lastly, I look forward to Principal for the Day. I'm looking forward to being a mentor for a student at Beatty. So I'm getting ready to go out there on the day and speak to them and just kind of guide them along. But that's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos. As for my comments, I feel like you guys say everything, so I'm sorry if it sounds repetitive or boring, but I'll try to keep it short. I too was able to attend a lot of the events that our board have attended. State of the City was interesting. I always like to hear what's coming to Buena Park. I know the most interesting thing I heard was that they're gonna have anyone that has an electric car, they're doing like a electric charging station that has like 57 charging stations. So that's gonna be really cool for our community. I did also, I had the honor of listening to the keynote speakers at the CALSA. Dr. Lee was there with a lot of other superintendents it was just very inspiring to hear what everyone's going through right now. And I know see a lot of support from our staff. It was nice to be there. I would like to thank our teachers for parent-teacher conferences. I know that those days can be rough. I remember just, the stress of having all those families walk in and out back to back. I know it's very hard and we really appreciate it. And we're a very lucky district to have staff that do that because not every district gives their students 2 days off for that. So we also had intercession with the SOARs, so parents were still able to have their kids taken care of, while they had work that day. So really appreciate all the effort that makes those 2 days happen. And you don't know how much parents really, just love those 2 days. They get to hear what they need to hear and you make time for it. So I want to thank everyone for that. I did want to say that I wasn't able to attend Culture Fest, even though I was supposed to, but my niece decided to make it a presence that day, 3 days late, but I heard that our booth was the best booth. I don't know who told me that, but everyone that attended said that it was popping. So thank you for all the efforts. And I saw some videos and pictures. It looked like it was great. And, just spreading the word of the Buena Park family. I want to thank our principals and also Mrs. Morrison for the attendance. I've been seeing the numbers. You guys have been working so hard. We can see it. Thank you for all you do for that. I know that, it takes a lot and it's showing. So thank you for all the efforts. I also forgot to thank for our parent-teacher conferences. I know our bilingual aides also have a hard day that day. So I want to give a shout out to them because they make it possible for families that need to hear the information in a different language. So thank you to them. I did hear that our Superintendent's Cup are starting training this week. So that's something exciting that's coming up. I know lots of kids enjoy that event. I was able to go to Buena Park Middle School and learn a little bit more about our FFA and see just everything that's happening with the greenhouse. Okay, I forgot the word for a second. And it was just so much information. And we were treated to a pasta salad made by the culinary arts students there. So that was
I forgot my cup there, Mr. B, and didn't get to finish my salad. So I'm gonna have to come around for another time. I was trying to tell everyone the ingredients. It was so good. I mean, and the students presented it and told us, how they got the tomatoes from, the tomatoes that were grown there. It was a great day. I did want to say that the foundation has set the date for their Quartermania. So if you want to save the date, I know a lot of you were there last year. It was a lot of fun. We're looking forward to Mr. B wearing something else this year. It is February 22nd. So if you could put it in your calendars. And I wanted to end by welcoming our Gilbert families here and staff. I should have started with that, but I want to welcome all the staff that's here today. And I also want to give a big shout out to Buena Park Teachers Association. I want to thank them for their support. I can feel it, I can see it, and I really appreciate it. So thank you once again. And that is it for me, Dr. Lee.
Good evening, Gilbert families, guests. I see Buena Park School District staff. Thank you for being here tonight. I am going to do a Buena Park Middle School show right now. So this is lots of love going in that school. And I want to highlight a couple of things that are happening. One is, yes, there's a big check that's coming our way from the OC Power Authority, honoring Shelly Andros for writing an innovative grant in bringing solar-powered irrigation systems in collaboration with a lot of our CTE partners, but also our own staff and other CTE teachers, such as industrial arts and our visual arts. It's going to be an amazing, amazing project, and we just hope to bring you a lot more information because it's going to globally impact not only the world, but our students who are going to be in this environment where we're trying to sustain natural resources and do what's right for our environment. With that too, I was able to attend the STEM sailing this year, just this last Saturday, and I'm still just amazed by that program. I can't get enough of it. In fact, it's spilling over to a waiting list because there are a lot of kids who want to access that opportunity for our AVID program, for our students to not only learn about how to sail, but the environmental sciences that support the environment. So with that, I want to do a drum roll because this is a big one. This one's a big one. Our FFA Buena Park Middle School program at Buena Park Middle School is the proud recipient of the California School Boards Association Golden Bell. And I'm making eye contact with Principal Beckelheimer as, along with the staff right now. That's not an easy task. This year's conference is locally held. And I will tell you, we are going to have our head way high in confidence. Not that we wouldn't have if the conference was elsewhere, but it's even more special that our local districts, our colleagues, our school boards from all across the state will be in attendance to see us get this recognition. And when we had to submit 2 names to get up on that stage to receive that award, we submitted our teacher, Shelly Andros, and our principal, Jay Beckelheimer. So with that, I do want to also just recognize our city of Buena Park. I too learned a lot from the State of the City presentation. We really did a huge highlight on our 2 middle schools. And once again, reconfirming that we have programs that are alike. It's second to none, I should say. I don't see another district offering that. So parents, those who are listening here in the audience, but also out on YouTube, please know if your children stay with Buena Park School District, they will be offered a lot of passion programs that will build the identity and passion within learning for your children. So it was just a very proud moment for me as we were able to share that. And Whitaker Park was also highlighted. How often can a school district say we have a park? With that, I do want to recognize the CALSA event. It's the California Association of Latino School Administrators. It was a learning moment for me and a humbling one as a new superintendent to sit alongside experienced superintendents. But what was really heartwarming for me was the turnout. So we had most of the board attend that conference in support, but we also had our management staff. And when I looked out into the audience in that view, the words just came out very freely because I was able to make eye contact with the people I cared about in the audience. So thank you for those who took the time to attend. It meant the world to me to have your support. With that, tomorrow we end Hispanic Heritage Month. And I want to highlight three amazing, amazing principals. Principal Mata, Principal Chavez, and Principal Valdez. These three principals, I am honored to serve alongside you. You make a difference in our community. You serve as mentors. Kids look up to you and aspire to be like you. And as we close the end of this month, I want to make sure I get in how much you have done for our community and contributions through your leadership. So thank you. Hats off to you. And I have to mention Culture Fest because it was mentioned. There's something to be said about light up yo-yos. Huge hit. But I do want to thank the team. We had Aaron and Eva who served as a part of the committee that created such a beautiful space. It wasn't just a booth. It was the booth. And with that, we had Dr. Song, Sari Huang, we had a whole Ed Services team to help support. But I will tell you, there's nothing like a cold drink in my little paleta cart over there, which was a great investment to serve during 5 o'clock when sun's down. We had a huge crowd. We built, we had this one station where students can come and do cultural fans to also have an expression through arts of, you know, their understanding of a fan. And we also gave away some really cool swag, which included light up yo-yos. And so I do have a video clip if anyone's interested, but talk about the sun down, you see spots of light just happening all around. And it said, Buena Park, Buena Park, Buena Park School District throughout the night. So thank you to the team that served, but it was a very successful night. Thank you. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. We will be moving on to our programs and reports. We have Carl E. Gilbert, School Report. Dr. Lee.
Yes, proud principal, Principal Chavez. You got this. Come on up and brag about your school.
Getting situated.
Good evening, President Ahmad, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, Cabinet, and Gilbert Learning Community. This evening, I am honored to share the incredible journey Carl E. Gilbert Elementary is on this year. Next slide, please. Tonight's presentation will cover the heart of what makes Gilbert Elementary special: our mission, student success, community engagement, and exciting upcoming developments. So now let's begin. Next slide, please. Our mission is clear and unwavering: to ensure high levels of academic, social, and emotional learning for all our students. Every day, we empower each child by meeting them where they are and guiding them towards success through meaningful, targeted instruction, emotional growth, and building strong relationships. We focus on the whole child. You see it each and every day in our classrooms. Next slide, please. This year, we are quite literally paving pathways for our students, starting with college visits. Last year, our students visited UCI and Cypress College. And this year, every grade level from kindergarten to 5th grade will participate in a college visit. Our students will explore Cypress College, visit the Shark Lab at Cal State Long Beach, tour Orange Coast College, Golden West Community College, and return to UC Irvine. These are more than just field trips. They're opportunities for our students to envision their future career and imagine themselves in spaces of higher learning. This year, we expanded our focus on real-world connections by inviting students and professionals to share their unique career journeys to our third grade students. That was on Friday. Their stories emphasize the importance of determination, problem solving, service, and balancing personal passions with academic and professional goals, showing our students that success is not only about skills, but also about kindness and compassion in the path they pursue. I would also like to thank our teachers and parents whose family members joined us to make that happen, as they were children of our teachers as well as spouses. Next slide, please. At Carly Gilbert, we are proud to be an avid elementary school where our students build essential skills for future success, both in college and in careers. Our teachers are dedicated to fostering a learning environment that promotes academic success while encouraging each student to see themselves on the pathway to higher education through avid strategies such as focused note-taking, organization, goal setting, and collaborative practices such as Socratic seminars. Students are building essential skills for their future. But who do we need to hear it best? Let's hear it directly from some of our students who will share their experiences. Their voices are a testament to the power of education in shaping their aspirations and building a better tomorrow. Let's begin by hearing fourth grade student Alan Aguilar.
Hi, my name is Alan Aguilar. I am a fourth grade student. I know that school is making us prepare for our future in college. So I prepare for college is to pay attention to my teachers and classmates. They might share important information that we might need to use in college. I like to look at my sister's homework to see how college work looks like. What I learned at UCI is the water cycle. There were 6 stations in total. Every station taught us something new. The nature in UCI is very beautiful. The classrooms are nice and big. I hope there's lots of classes to take since UCI is a level 3 and level 3 is a university. My advice for younger kids is to pay attention to your teachers and classmates. Always ask lots of questions so your teachers know that you might be into the subject or you're curious. Always help your classmates out so when your teachers know, when you help your classmates out, they will help you out when you're in need. Always try new things every day, so when you're always curious, you might learn something new. So kids, try your best every day. Never give up. If you fail, it's okay. Every year is a new year. Never give up and try your best in every subject. With the word yet, anything is possible in life. The student that you will hear next is my friend Emily Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Emily. I'm in fourth grade. I go to Gilbert Elementary School. Gilbert has helped me open up a bit. My teachers have motivated me and taught me to never give up. Stories I read have shown me the power of yet. Gilbert showed me lots of things to learn. Now I'd like to talk about my field trip to UCI and how it inspired me. I learned that things will be hard in college, but that's why we work our way up to the future. College is very inspiring to me because it shows that I have a future. College also showed me that I could be one of those people who want a future and have a future. I would like to attend college and follow my dream job. Now I would like to give advice to younger students. My advice to young students is to never give up, to follow your dreams, and try to attend college. No matter what happens, always try your best. Now I would like to introduce my friend London Cherry.
Hi, my name is London, and I'm in fourth grade. I've been at Gilbert for 5 years now, and I'd like to share my experience with growth mindset, college, and the key to success. Growth mindset is a very important skill to have, even though I feel like I've always had one. When you have a growth mindset, it feels like a boost of confidence that says, you can do it. If you have a growth mindset, you'll get to learn many kinds of things. I feel that growth mindset has helped me improve and become more successful in life. For example, when I was younger, I used to love to write stories. It was a hobby I had, even though I wasn't always good at it. The more I wrote and the more words I learned, I was writing like a pro. From preschool to fourth grade, I can say I definitely improved. Now, I'd like to share my visit to UC Irvine. UC Irvine is a pretty big place. The big classrooms, the dorms, and the classmates really make it magical. They have a fountain too. I thought about what I'll be studying in college. Last, I like to share my advice and key to success. My greatest advice I could give is to never give up. When you keep trying and keep trying, no matter how hard it gets, you will always succeed. You never fail unless you stop trying. I've noticed a lot of people give up or quit because other people tell them they can't accomplish what they want. But I've learned that you can accomplish anything you want to achieve. Always make sure to ask a lot of questions. It gives you a lot of ideas and a better understanding of what you're trying to do. And for the younger generation, I hope my advice will help you become more successful and confident in yourself. You know that feeling that you get when you accomplish something new, something great. You feel that way because without growth mindset and without that you can do it, you will be trying to figure out why you still can't get it yet.
Another big round of applause for our student. I would like to just end it there, but we do have a couple more slides. I should have let them, drop the mic at the end. Next slide, please. I've lost my spot because I'm so inspired by them. So at Gilbert School, we believe in supporting our families from the very beginning. That's why we launch new initiatives that focus on early learning and family engagement. Our parent walking group, Pasitos y Pláticas, meaning steps and chat, gives parents the opportunity to connect, share, and learn while walking. Additionally, this Friday, we're proud that we will be launching our bilingual story time for parents for children ages birth to 4. These spaces are just one component of what it means to be a community school, a place where families and students grow, engage, and thrive together. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, we are excited to announce the opening of our brand new Early Learning Center in the fall of 2025. This center will be home to our district's first dual immersion preschool, creating a space where early learning and multilingualism can bloom and grow. We believe in starting early, laying the foundation for future success, and we can't wait to open the doors to our newest generation of learners. Next slide, please. As we look to the future, I want to thank each of you and all of you who do the heavy lifting in the classroom and our families who support at home for all you do in supporting and building pathways to success, not just for our students, but our entire learning community. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments?
I'll throw in a comment. I was impressed by Gilbert. I appreciate always every year we were bringing something. Last year, what Coatson and the depth of knowledge you guys did with Coatson in partnership. This year, I mean, college and careers are my jam, and you guys hit it right off the bat. And the state has given a lot of money into career technical education. So CTE is a huge deal. Like, thank you, junior high. But the fact that K-5, preschool 5, can carry that mission, it's never too early to build skills. And like our students, excellent job speaking, excellent job being confident. Those are skills that we need for career. And you guys did an amazing job. Your advice is applicable not just to young kids, to all of us. So great advice. But I appreciate Gilbert. I mean, I was kind of sad to see UCLA on here because I thought that would be kind of good to represent. I'm glad USC was not on here. So thank you for doing that. Even though your colors were your SC colors, but thank you for that. I think college career is very important to start at a young age, and I think its future is bright. Thank you to our teachers as our role models for what career in college can look like, because they've gone through it, they're in it. And so again, I'm always impressed. Thank you, Gilbert.
I just want to say thank you. I was so impressed that they were all 4th graders. I mean, I loved everything that you presented, but I was just really taken away by them. They were very impressive. So kudos to all 3 of you. Great speakers.
I just want to thank everybody, Principal Chavez, for the presentation. I think the students stole the show. I'm sorry. But that goes a lot. That's very impressive, but that just goes to show also too, that they're not learning that on their own. They're learning that from their teachers, from being in the classroom, and also from the parents in their community, which was building stronger communities, which is something that Gilbert has always been really, really strong at. I know you've had families that are no longer in your school that still help support your school. So that just goes to show how important building community and those relationships. And with Pasitos en Pláticas, I think that's going to be one great addition to it. But I'm excited to see the bilingual literacy with their early education there. But once again, students, what you mentioned to us and what you did up there was amazing. Just remember that college has no age. You can go to college as long as you want and learn as much as you want as you develop your skills and your profession. So keep that in mind as well.
Thank you. I just want to thank our students, and I have a feeling that all three of you are going to get into UCI very easily. And I want you guys to look for us, look up our names and invite us to your graduations, because I think I could see it happening. I think it's going to be very easy for all three of you. Thank you. Thank you, Gilbert School. Good job. We're moving on to our district data reflection. Dr. Lee.
Yes, I would like to invite Sari Huang as well as our director, Loranda Ortega. If you wouldn't mind introducing our director, she's our Chief Academic Officer, Sari Huang.
Good evening. I would like to invite Director of Curriculum Instruction, Director Loranda Ortega, to the podium to share our district data. Since early summer, our team has been looking and analyzing our state and local assessment data and reflecting on that piece and also sharing that out to our school sites. So tonight, to our board and to our audience members, we would like to share our district data reflection.
All right. Thank you so much for the introduction. Greetings, Board President Ahmad, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, Executive Cabinet, and guests. It is my pleasure to present our district data reflection. And I just want us to keep in mind that our district data reflection shows us a broad overview of some measures. But some of the most important measures that we could see lived right now in front of us with our students. That qualitative piece, hearing students share and articulate their learning and their growth, that's an important piece of data. So it might not necessarily be captured in this presentation tonight, but I'd love for us to keep that in mind. Next slide. Oh, you've got the slide already. So the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. As we spend a few minutes looking at district data, I want to remind us once again that we are working with a broad definition of data. And it represents a snapshot at distinct moments in time for our district. It helps us track student progress and identify patterns, broad patterns in performance, student performance. This data provides opportunities for us to tailor and adjust our teaching methods and tools to help better meet the needs of students collectively. The data we will look at comes in from 3 sources tonight, which will be CAS, CERS, which is the California Educator Reporting System, and iReady. Next slide, please. So before we get started, let's do a quick recap of how CAS results are measured. Looking at the left side of this particular slide, we can see Smarter Balance scale score graph.
Each student who takes the SBAC assessment receives an overall scale score between 2,000 and 3,000. This vertical scale allows for comparison across grades and content areas. The graph shows the scale score range for each grade and content area. To add visual representation of that scale score, a color-coded achievement level graph shows where student scale scores place. The 4 achievement levels indicate progress towards meeting the expectation of content mastery and college and career readiness. Level 4 means standard exceeded. Level 3, standard met. Level 2, standard nearly met. And level 1, standard not met. This visual, in addition to the scale score, helps our students and their families understand how they scored on the test in an easy to read manner. And on the very right of the slide are the achievement level blocks for our district assessment program, iReady. Next slide, please. A key indicator of student growth toward academic standards within CASP is measured using distance from standard, often shortened to DFS. Distance from standard is calculated by measuring the difference between a student's scale score and a minimum standard met score. For example, in 7th grade ELA, the standard met minimum score is 2552. A student with a distance from standard of +6 has a scale score of 2558, exceeding the minimum. A distance from standard of -13 indicates a scale score of 2539, falling short of the standard. To assess growth at the grade level, school or district or state level, we calculate the average distance from standard. This is done by adding the individual distance from standard scores of all students in the group and dividing by the total number of students. Distance from standard serves as our baseline measurement of growth for both the CASP and the LPAC assessments. Next slide, please. So data is the compass that guides our journey towards student growth. So let's take a look at student data and math. Next slide. Let's delve into the CASP math results for grades 3 through 5 from spring 2024 assessment. The data presented here represents the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard, rounded to the nearest percent. As we analyze the combined results across these grades, we observe the following trends. Grade 3, student achievement saw significant growth with 53% meeting or exceeding standard, an 8-point increase compared to the previous year. Grade 4, while performance remained relatively stable, there was a slight 1-point decrease in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding standard. And for grade 5, students demonstrated improvement with 38% of students meeting or exceeding standard, a 2-point increase compared to the previous year. Next slide, please. Turning to middle school, the overall percentage of students meeting or exceeding standard increased slightly by 1%, showing a positive shift. Grade 7, student achievement showed a growth with a 3-point increase in the percentage of meeting or exceeding standards. This led to a corresponding decrease in the number of students not meeting standards. For grade 8, like 7th grade, the 8th grade students demonstrated growth where students with a 3-point increase in performance. Next slide, please. To gain a deeper understanding of student performance, let's examine the average distance from standard for the spring 2024 CASP math assessment compared to previous years. For grade 3, we saw a significant improvement. In spring of 2023, the district's average scale score was 18 points below standard. This year, 3rd graders demonstrated substantial growth, reaching the minimum scale score for standard met on average. It's important to note that this does not indicate that all 3rd grade students achieved the standard, but rather that the average of all 3rd grade distance from standard score fell exactly at the minimum threshold. Students in grade 4 also made progress with an average distance from standard improvement of 11 points, bringing their scale scores closer to standard as well. While grade 5 students showed improvement, the progress was more modest with an average distance from standard improvement of 1 point. Okay, next slide, please. Let's take a look at grades 6 through 8. For grade 6, the average scale score for this grade fell 9 points further from the standard as compared to the previous year, while grade 7 demonstrated growth with an average distance moving 5 points closer to standard. Grade 8 students did not show any change in their average distance from standard. Next slide, please. Now let's look at iReady as an additional measure. This slide compares student performance district-wide on Diagnostic 3 in 2024 and 2023. The district overall percent of students who scored early on and higher on Diagnostic 3 was 42%. This was down slightly from last year by 1%. Next slide, please. As we look at iReady for math in grades 3 through 5, we see the following trends. Grade K, we see a slight decrease of 1%. In grade 1, we saw a growth of 4% that occurred between 23 and 24 school years. Grade 2, there was a decrease by 7% from 23 to 24. And grade 3 saw a growth of 5%. Next slide, please. So for grade 4, the percent remained relatively stable. For grades 5 and 8, you will notice that there was a decrease of 5% and 4% respectively, with grade 6 and 7 showing modest growth of 2% and 5%. It's important to note that students in grades 3 through 8 took the Diagnostic 3 assessment 5 to 6 weeks earlier than last year. This shift in the assessment administration was vetted through our school site administrators and some teachers. When we developed the assessment calendar, there was a strong desire to avoid testing fatigue for our students and be proactive in supporting our instruction and supports for CAS. But it is important to note that this particular shift should be considered when we look at trends for this particular measure. Okay, next slide. So the iReady projected proficiency report provides district and site leaders with valuable insight into student performance. This report estimates the percentage of students expected to achieve proficiency on the state assessment based on 2 key factors, current diagnostic performance and student growth rates. So these are some key points to consider as you are looking at this particular graph. The projected proficiency correlation is not a predictor. This report is not a direct predictor of CAS performance, but rather a tool to inform ongoing instruction. By monitoring, analyzing data through the year, our teaching staff and our school leaders can make real-time adjustments to support student learning. And the projected proficiency correlation also indicates that iReady's close alignment to CAS is evident in the strong correlation coefficient of 0.8 between the 2 assessments. A grade level alignment, while iReady and CAS performance levels generally align across most grades and performance bands, there may be variations at the school level due to smaller sample sizes. For more accurate analysis, it's recommended to examine the data at a district or more global level, or for schools with significant numbers of students participating in both assessments. Next slide, please. So what are some trends that we are seeing in the area of mathematics? So our data serves as a baseline this year. We will be formalizing the process in identifying students who are performing 2 or more grade levels below in this content area. Significant growth in grade 3 performance should be highlighted as a trend across our district. This includes what should be considered as part of a trend is our CGI Year 2 professional development, or 2 years of professional development, a pilot of looking at student work protocols at Corey Elementary School, as well as the implementation of looking at student work protocols with the partnership of UCI at Whitaker and Gilbert schools. Also, the implementation of a math scope and sequence. Moderate gains in 5th and 7th grade is a trend that we have seen. Positive movement in 4th grade scale scores on iReady despite a minor decline in performance on the CAS, and opportunities for growth in our 6th and 8th grades through the exploration of supplemental materials at both supplemental math materials at both middle schools. We did go on an exploration last year with both math departments. Next slide, please. So what are our next steps in the content area of math? Well, to continue celebrating our progress and growth as our teaching staff and our leadership has worked extremely hard with the implementation of CGI at the elementary level, as well as the math supplemental exploration at the middle school levels, being very open to finding the right supplemental materials at that particular grade span. Maintaining momentum in elementary grades by implementing the Looking at Student Work protocol across all school sites this year during our weekly PLCs, with a focus on instructional rigor, which includes more depth in looking at grade level standards and really using our math scope and sequence. Differentiation in our classrooms, as well as paying attention to acceleration for students who need other opportunities to advance their understanding of math in a conceptual way. And an application, and again, the application of conceptual understanding in mathematics. Our instructional coaches at the elementary schools are one of our next steps to provide tier 1 instructional support in this area should teachers volunteer and need this and identify a need in this area. Our instructional coaching team is there to provide that level of support. And then targeted data-driven interventions planned by our middle school staff. So we've been working with our middle school principals to identify what those interventions are so that they can support those math departments. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at ELA performance. Next slide. So in the area of ELA, grade 3 students demonstrated significant growth with 43% meeting or exceeding standard and a 6-point increase from the previous year. And grade 4, while performance declined slightly by 2%, of students in grade 5 notably made notable improvements with a 5-point increase. Next slide, please. Turning to middle school, for grades 6, 7, and 8, there was a slight decline of 1 to 2% of students meeting or exceeding standard, with grades 6 and 8 dropping slightly by 1% and grade 7 by 2%. Next slide, please. Let's now examine the average distance from standard for English language arts in grades 3 through 5. Like math, students in grades 3 made noticeable progress with a distance from standard improvement of 8 points compared to the previous year. In grade 4, maintained a similar distance from standard as the prior year, showing no significant change. And in grade 5, distance from standard increased by 1 point. Next slide, please. So analyzing our distance from standard for grades 6 through 8th in ELA, 6th grade average scale score decreased 3 points further below the standard. Students in grade 7 demonstrated solid growth, narrowing the gap between their average scale score and minimum standard met by 6 points. And grade 8 students moved 8 points further away from the standard. Next slide, please. Looking at iReady, Diagnostic 3, comparative data, we can see that the district overall percent of students who scored early on and higher on D3 diagnostic was 50%. This is up slightly from last year by 1%. Next slide, please. So comparing how students score from last year to this year by grade level, we can see that students in grades K, 1, and 3 scored higher on the 2024 D3 diagnostic. So more specifically, kindergarten increased by 10%, first grade, by 9%, third grade an increase of 6%, and second grade saw a decrease by 4%. Next slide, please. In grades 4, 5, 7, and 8, there was a slight decline in student scoring early on and above comparatively by 2 to 3%. Grade 4 decreased 3%, grade 5, 2%, grade 7, 2%, and grade 8 by 3%. Students in grade 6 grew by 3%. Next slide, please. Oh, mhm. Okay. Here we can see iReady, CAS projected proficiency correlation, similar to math. And again, the correlation is 0.8. And we can definitely see in the area, in the red area on the table, this is our baseline data, using this data to drive all of our initiatives and implementation for supports and next steps. Next slide, please. So our ELA trends, again, our data serves as a baseline this year as we are formalizing the process in which students are identified as performing 2 or more grade levels below. There's incremental growth in grades 3 through 5, moving students closer to standard. And there are promising gains in our primary grades, K1 on our iReady Diagnostic 3. And our middle grades show opportunities for growth. So 4th grade, and it is important for us to acknowledge that our 4th grade students was our kinder class that started during COVID. Our 5th grade is the 1st grade class that started during COVID. And the impact of COVID on foundational literacy skills is something that we consider and make note of as we move forward to ensure that we are designing and implementing supports for our students in a meaningful and purposeful way. Next slide, please. So our next steps, the care pathway, which is a proactive and a responsive approach to creating avenues for responsive education for all of our students. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a subsequent slide, but that is one of our primary next steps in our elementary schools this year. We have our care roadmap, which is our multi-tiered system of support with a focus on elementary literacy. And then we have consistent core foundational literacy curriculum for grades K2. This is especially important. So we have promising gains in early grades, particularly in kindergarten, 1st grade, and 3rd grade. But we have discovered that strengthening the implementation of a consistent research and evidence-based foundational literacy curriculum for grades K2 and all elementary sites can shore up our foundation for early literacy, and that is critical for setting students up for long-term success. So that is a very critical next step for us that we have begun the implementation process on. Also, scope and sequence in grade level skills. That is something that is in development and in the works through the Office of C&I. Targeted and intensive small group intervention supports for provided by learning coaches for grade levels 3 through 5. And then instructional coaches supporting teacher expertise in the area of literacy. That is something that is offered to our elementary teaching staff at this time to really round out our multi-tiered system of supports. And then data-driven professional learning communities. So really investing in making sure that we are supporting our teacher teams to be as effective as they possibly can and to be able to use data to inform their practice and their next steps in the classroom. And then also we re-envisioned our day-to-day to focus around small group instruction. What can our teachers dream up and what could it look like in the classrooms to address the needs of our learners in a small group setting? Next slide, please. So let's turn to science. Let's see, next slide. 32% of students in grade 5 met or exceeded standard on the CAS science test. This is 5% higher than the last year, which was than last year. 23% of 8th grade students met or exceeded standards as compared to 27% last year. While we don't have 23, 24 overall state performance scores just yet, but based on 21, 22 and 22, 23 comparison, the district is outpacing the state in moving more students towards met or exceeded in the area of standards. Two of the things that the C&I office has been committed to is supporting school sites with the implementation of integrating science IABs into curriculum as a support and exposure for students to see what CAS will look like when it's time, prior to when it's time for them to test and be more familiar with the testing format. And then also working towards providing professional development for new teachers for this, for the integration of science IABs. Next slide, please. Okay, LPAC. If I can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so if looking at our reclassification rate, we are so happy to share that 174 students reclassified during the 23-24 school year, up from 135 students in the prior year. So we went from 11% reclassification rate to 14% reclassification rate. Next slide. So the LPAC summative assessment is an assessment that measures a student's progress towards English proficiency and to help determine if the student is ready to be reclassified. Scoring is the same as CAS, where we have students are given a scale score and a performance indicator color. When looking at the performance level indicator, is based on how their language is assessed from minimally developed to well-developed. However, we look at performance levels a little differently than ELA, math, or CAS color bands. Students who score at level 4 or the blue shade become eligible for reclassification consideration. Students scoring in the blue band will be considered for reclassification this fall. So as you look at the data here for grades K2, you will note that those scoring well developed reduced across K2, with the number of students scoring minimally, where the number of students scoring minimally developed grew. This could be due to a few factors that we will explore in the next few slides. Next slide, please. As you look at the data for grades 3 through 5, you will notice that the green band, or the moderately developed band, is growing larger. This is good, as it means students are progressing towards English proficiency. And it takes an average 5 to 7 years for students to become English proficient. Next slide, please. Oh, okay, thank you. As you look at the data here for grades 6 through 8, you can see that students scoring well-developed in grades 7 and 8 are bigger than in K through 6. Here is where we see students reaching English proficiency and becoming eligible for reclassification. It is important to note that if students are not reclassifying, they're transitioning into what we call an LTEL, or a long-term English learner. A student is considered an LTEL on the California dashboard if they have been an English learner for 6 or more years. Next slide, please. So LPAC trends. We did see a significantly higher reclassification rate. This year, we were able to reclassify several students with disabilities that contributed to this higher level of reclassification rate this year. We also noted that there was a shrinking EL population. So when we did look at further data, we did notice that the trend for our EL students from last school, from 2022 to 2023, 2022-2023 school year, 23-24 school year, the number of English learner population is trending downward. So that has given us, we've taken a pause to look at that and look at the impact on our student performance on LPAC based on sheer numbers. And we are seeing that, we're seeing that number represented in our K2 grade span. And so that may have been a contributing factor as to why we are seeing less students in the well-developed band. Okay. And then we also see an increased number of students scoring minimally developed. And again, that's in the K2 band. We're seeing steady progress in grades 3 through 5 with growth in moderately developed band, and higher number of students scoring well-developed in grades 7 and 8. And then we are considering LTELs and doing some work that I'll share with you in our next steps to be proactive with our LTELs. Next slide, please. So our next steps for our English learner program, our emergent bilingual program, is to continued professional development. We have had a focus on middle school ELD community of practice, so bringing all of our middle school ELD teachers together to do the following: unpacking ELD standards across proficiency bands, LPAC assessment literacy, utilizing high leverage strategies in reading and listening domains was our focus this year. This is our proactive approach to addressing the needs of LTELs and making sure that we are providing them the most supportive language acquisition environments so that they can move beyond long-term English learner. Continued professional development would include our commitment to providing professional learning to our teaching staff, but also learning opportunities for our families through participation in CABE. And an increased supplemental support, so continued use of Rosetta Stone for our newcomer students, and Language Launch, which is a supplemental support for our middle school English 3D program, which is also geared towards our newcomers or our novice level 1 English learners. And then on the horizon is Language Power 2.0, which the CNI office is planning for a launch. Our Language Power curriculum for elementary is being revised to be more LPAC aligned. And so we will be adopting that, and we will be planning for launch and for implementation. Next slide, please. So all of our planned next steps are directly aligned with our care pathway. Our goal is to create avenues for responsive education, utilizing the data that I've presented to you tonight. And this is for all students in the Buena Park School District. As we anchor our work in professional learning communities, our educators have 2 clear paths to provide the care our students deserve. So that first path is our proactive pathway, which is where we elevate core instruction by investing in our craft. So this is where we've got our Thursday planning time. We've got PLC release time that is job embedded and high quality professional development, as well as the support from our instructional coaches. With a great emphasis on providing tier 1 instruction and supporting small group instruction and intervention in the classrooms. And then we've got our responsive pathway where we collaboratively adopt instruction for each student. And again, this is a data-driven process, re-envisioning what day-to-day could look like for us. And this year, we did do that with our elementary teaching staff, utilizing a universal screening process and a protocol to help us identify students who need small group intervention and small group support in their classrooms. And really taking a tiered and targeted approach to intervention. And then the implementation of our learning coaches who provide direct support to our targeted grade level span, which is grades 3 through 5 in the area of foundational literacy. So this has been our guiding infographic for all things that we have been doing in terms of making data-driven decisions for our students and supporting our teachers as they embark on this new journey with us. Next slide, please. So in closing, data is the compass, but leadership is the navigator. Together, we chart a course to student success. And so I'm inspired by the growth mindset of our young scholar who was up here. So we have lots to work to do, but we do it with a growth mindset, and we believe in the power of yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments?
Well, I have a comment. I'm
Questions?
glad to see the next steps that you have set to be worked on. And I'm glad to see that it's early in the year so that we can, have a chance of seeing more growth. And I'm glad to see that the new, what's this, Language Power 2.0 is going to be more aligned with the LPAC.
Yes.
Because that's a concern. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I like that too. Like, I think we've been asking this data to look this way from the beginning. I think this is very clear to see the correlation. And I think that's very important to do because often we would look at iReady and be like, how is it really relating to what the students are going to be taking? So that was very clear. And the next steps were great. I think it's also good to point out like the 6th through 8th graders are the students that were in COVID when they were first learning their early literacy and all those developmental stage. So, I mean, I always put up here like data is very important to guide us, but it's not the only thing. And I think our teachers do a fabulous job of making more personal connections. I think that's very important to learn. Like if you don't connect, you don't learn. So I think our teachers do a great job at that. Not to say data isn't important, but I know sometimes it looks very daunting when you look at data and you're like, oh, it looks like we're so bad. I think what kind of half empty, half full. I feel like to think we are half full. And I think the trend is great. There's lots of work can be done, but I think it's important to focus on growth. And I think we do, and I appreciate that. And I think that as we continue to do that, that's our measure of success more than the proficiency levels. That used to be the measure, but now, so just want to point that out in case people out there look at our numbers and like, why is it so low? It's not about that. It's about our growth. So anyways, kudos to our teachers. I know it's hard to handle all the pressures of trying to make data and all this and look good. But it's important to look at a lot of other factors like our students tonight that spoke. That was a great indicator of that. But anyways, thank you for that report. I think that was really good today.
Thank you. I just have a question because I know Jason's the pro, but I always have to, okay, so I mean, if you could go to like the 8th slide, it could be any of the slides really, but I'm just gonna use the one where it's the district math performance levels for 3 to 5. I think, no, it's the one before that, Mike. Yeah, from 3 to the one before that one, 3 to 5. So when we're looking at grade 4, right? Let's say we're looking at this year, or last year's testing. So it would be 23, 24. So the 22, 23, it's not the same set of students, right?
No.
So shouldn't we be looking at grade 3 and comparing it to grade, like, so the grade 3, 22, 23 with the grade 4, 23, 24 to follow those students? So we could see it was 35 and then it goes down to 31. Whereas it, I feel like we should follow the kids and see their growth. Because if we're looking at just the grade level, there's so many factors that would make that information kind of seem.
Right. We can offer cohort data for the board if you would like it. For the purposes of this presentation, we just did comparative, which you're absolutely correct. They are not the same cohort of students.
Okay.
But we can provide
Because that I feel like would give us insight on like that group, because that would make more sense also for the kids that were, online for COVID for their first grade year or whatever. It would kind of tell us exactly where it is, just for our knowledge. And I don't know, maybe I geek out at these things, but I mean, if you can't, don't worry about it.
No, I was wondering that too.
In terms of the reporting on the dashboard.
Mhm. Yeah.
Second piece too, though, is we do definitely see the folks in the network. One student,
Mhm.
was a student last year, Florida now, and that data has transferred to the teacher, so that.
Okay.
Instruction.
Yeah. That's where the most impact would be for the teachers to actually see that kind of information. So I mean, if we get to see it, great. If not, as long as they get to see it, then that's perfect. I did want to ask about our Rosetta Stone, and I was really excited when we brought that into our district. As an English language learner myself, when I was little, we were called ELS, I think at that time. I thought it was great that we had it, but I've tried now Rosetta Stone and I've tried Duolingo, and I do prefer Duolingo. I wonder if that's something that we can look into. I know it's a little bit more fun for kids and even kids that are just, looking for a little something more. It doesn't have to be just for ELA students. I mean, or English language learners. Maybe we could look into that. I don't know how much it would cost our district, but I'm just throwing it out there because I thought it was, it's a little more user friendly for kids. But yeah, that's it for my comments. Thank you so much. I know that was a lot of work to go through and kind of nitpick at all that information. So I really appreciate it. And we love hearing the numbers, but we also understand that it's not just the numbers. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Everyone else good? Something too. Sure. Go ahead, Rudy.
I just wanted to mention, I'm also glad to see that we talk about investing in our craft. The idea of the Thursday planning time, PLC release time, things like that. High quality professional development, instructional coaches. It's always the burden is usually on the teacher. They say, well, how can I do this? When do I have the time? How can I talk with my cohorts to see how we can best do this? And so when you focus on this, it really makes a difference. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Awesome. We will be moving on to our hearing session. Thank you for that. Yes, deserves a round of applause. So the audience members may request to address the board on an item on or off of the agenda per board bylaw 9323. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the governing board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comment shall be 30 minutes. Audience members wishing to address the board during the hearing session of the agenda shall fill out a request to address the governing board form and turn it into the executive assistant prior to the board holding the hearing session. And we do have one comment card, Carol Bright.
Good evening, Dr. Lee, Governing Board, and Cabinet. BPTA is here tonight to give our public support and endorsement to our local bond measure M on the November 5th ballot. Buena Park teachers and educators understand the importance of having safe and modern schools for our students. Safe and modern schools improve the education we provide our students, but also improve the quality of life for everyone in the Buena Park community. Since the schools and facilities in the Buena Park School District were built over half a century ago in the 1960s, they are in desperate need of repairs and upgrades. Each school site has their own list of needed repairs, from outdated and broken down air conditioners, leaking roofs, and uneven and unusable fields, to the need for upgraded classrooms, labs, and upgraded STEM facilities. Measure M funds will provide funding for new and upgraded site, libraries, and music rooms as well. Buena Park Teachers Association has officially endorsed Measure M because it puts our student safety first and will improve the quality of education for our students and improve the quality of life for everyone in our Buena Park community. BPTA asks that everyone in the Buena Park community also puts the safety of our students first and vote yes on Measure M on November 5th. The passage of Measure M will ensure that our Buena Park School District has the funding it needs to provide our students with the safe and modern schools they deserve. Having the needed funding for our school sites is not all our community schools need. They also need good leadership, which is why Buena Park teachers and educators have also endorsed Tharwa Ahmad for re-election to our school board. As a former educator herself, Tharwa Ahmad knows the needs of our students and educators and has supported them helping to improve education in Buena Park. As a current member of our Board of Trustees, Tharwa Ahmad is also a leader in our community and volunteers much of her time with the community of Buena Park so she can know and understand the needs of our community as well. Buena Park teachers and educators trust Tharwa Ahmad to continue leading Buena Park School District in the right direction, as she has shown her dedication to our students and community time and time again. It is with great enthusiasm and trust that Buena Park Teachers Association also publicly endorses and supports Tharwa Ahmad for school board. BPTA asks our Buena Park community to support Tharwa Ahmad for Buena Park School Board and to please remember to vote yes on Measure M on November 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we will be moving on to our action calendar. Oh, hearing session is closed. Moving on to our action calendar, authorization to partner with Action for Healthy Kids Nourished and acceptance of the 2024-2025 grant funds. It is recommended that the governing board authorize to partner with the Action for Healthy Kids Nourished and accept the grant funds. Dr. Lee.
Yes, to promote the health and wellness of our students, staff, and families, Action for Healthy Kids will support the Buena Park School District for providing a grant in the amount of $5,000 to be issued for September 2024 to June 2020.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Chong? Second. Ms. Shed? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. Approval of Community Advisory Committee Board Member for the Buena Park School District. It is recommended that the governing board approve Claudia Lycon as the CAC Board Member for the Buena Park School District. Dr. Lee.
Yes, the Buena Park School District is a part of North Orange County SELPA, which stands for Special Education Local Plan Area. SELPAs encourage parent and community engagement within the local education agency through the Community Advisory Committee. The CAC is a group of parents and staff that provides a forum for collaboration, training, and advisory of special education programs and services. The results of a recent election held by the Special Education Department indicate that Claudia Lycon has been selected by the parents of students with disabilities to represent them.
Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Second.
Ed and Mr. Frutos, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 4-0. Approval of additional summer program for expanded learning opportunities program contract with Advantage Communications for the 2024-2025 school year. It is recommended that the governing board approve the additional summer program to the existing contract with Advantage Communications for the expanded learning opportunities program for the 2024-2025 school year. Dr. Lee.
As the RFP approved on May 13th had an option to extend the learning during the summer. This extension will help maintain the momentum built during the school year and foster greater interest in the program for the next academic year. Providing the summer offerings is crucial for supporting the development of students' communication skills and developing these key abilities.
Thank you.
I'll
Do I-
motion.
oh, okay. I, motion for Mr. Chong. And second by Mr. Frutos. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 4-0. Approval of the award of RFP 2402 BPSD ELOP P 04052024 R2. It is recommended that the governing board approve the award of the RFP 2402 BPSD ELOP 04052024 R2. Dr. Lee?
On September 19th, 2024, the district received a total of 6 proposals responding to the RFP for 17 summer intersession days. Buena Park School District proposes the RFP be awarded for the 17 summer intersession days at 2 locations, 1 elementary and 1 middle school, to Alivo.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Shedd,
Second.
Mr. Frutos, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 4-0. Resolution 2020-2405, Red Ribbon Week. It is recommended that the governing board approve Resolution 2405, Red Ribbon Week. Dr. Lee.
This resolution declares that the governing board of the Buena Park School District supports the goals of Red Ribbon Week, identifying October 21st through the 25th, 2024 as Red Ribbon Week. The national dates are October 23rd to the 31st, so they overlap. And encourages its administrators, faculty, students, and parents to choose to live a life that is drug-free, participate in tobacco, alcohol, and other drug prevention initiatives and activities, making a visible statement that we are strongly committed to a healthy, drug-free lifestyle.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Shedd,
Second.
Mr. Frutos, all those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, this is a roll call resolution. So, Mr. Chong,
Yes.
Ms. Shedd,
Yes.
Mr. Frutos?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Another resolution, we have adoption of Resolution 2406, resolution to affirm Buena Park School District's intent for continued funding of the California Department of Education's California State Preschool Program within the Buena Park School District. It is recommended that the governing board adopt Resolution 2406, the resolution to affirm Buena Park School District's intent for continued funding of the California Department of Education's California Preschool Program within the Buena Park School District. Dr. Lee.
In support of the continued funding application, or the CFA, the governing board must adopt a resolution confirming the intent of the Buena Park School District to continue the CSPP that stands for California State Preschool Program for the Buena Park Learning Center, which is formerly Beatty CSPP site, Corey, Emory, Gilbert, Pendleton, and Whitaker State Preschools for the 25-26 school year.
Thank you. Do you have a motion?
I'll motion.
Motion.
Mr. Chong and Mr. Frutos. And this is the resolution, Mr. Chong,
Yes.
Ms. Shedd,
Yes.
Mr. Frutos,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, motion passes 4-0. Acceptance of the Consolidated School Site Safety Plan, CSSP, all schools. It is recommended that the governing board accept the CSSP plans for each district school site. Dr. Lee.
Yes, Ed Code Section 32280 provides requirements for comprehensive school site safety plans. In establishing such requirements, the California legislature noted that its intent that all California public schools, in cooperation with local law enforcement agencies, community leaders, parents, pupils, teachers, administrators, and other persons who may be interested in the prevention of campus crime and violence, development of a comprehensive school safety plan that addresses safety concerns. This is to note that these plans are for the last school year. The following safety plans are being worked on for this upcoming school year to include an emergency operations plan as well as a behavior crisis intervention support plan.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Shedd. Do I have a second? Mr. Frutos? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. We're a little sleepy today. Approval of change order number 2 for bid 2023-04-523 HVAC replacement project. It is recommended that the governing board approve change order number 2 for bid 2023, 04-05-23 HVAC replacement project. Dr. Lee.
As a part of the district's HVAC initiative, the district has identified through the CalShape HVAC Assessment and Maintenance Service Survey, all HVAC units that are 20 years or older will be replaced. During the project, the district and the contractor have determined that additional scope of work is required.
Motion.
Mr. Chung,
Second.
Mr. Frutos, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. Approval of the award bid number 2406 BPSD Gilbert Pre-K bid 0610-2024 for bid package number 13 HVAC for the Gilbert Early Learning Project to All Star Air Systems, Inc. It is recommended that the governing board award bid number 2406 BPSD Gilbert Pre-K bid 0610-2024 for bid package number 13 HVAC for the Gilbert Early Learning Project to All Star Air Systems, Inc. Dr. Lee.
The Gilbert Early Learning Project will provide 9 new classrooms, an early learning play space, and staff workspaces on the Gilbert campus. On August 8th, 2024, the district received a total of 4 bids, and the lowest responsive and responsible bidder was All Star Air Systems.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Shedd and Mr. Chong. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. Approval to award bid number 2406 BPSD Gilbert Pre-K bid 0610-2024 for bid package number 14 electrical low voltage and fire alarm for the Gilbert Early Learning Project to Gilbert and Stearns. Oh, well, that's interesting. Gilbert and Stearns, Inc. It is recommended that the governing board award bid number 2406 BPSD Gilbert Pre-K bid 0610-2024 for bid package number 14 for electrical, low voltage, and fire alarm for the Gilbert Early Learning Project to Gilbert and Stearns, Inc. Dr. Lee.
Yes, on August 8th, 2024, the district received a total of 4 bids. The lowest responsive and responsible bidder was Gilbert and Stearns, Inc. for the electrical, low voltage, and fire alarms.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Mr. Frutos
I'll second.
and Mr. Chung, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. Authorization to solicit request for proposal for E-rate Category 2 network equipment licensing and support services for E-rate FY 2025. It is recommended that the governing board give permission to go to bid for E-rate Category 2 wireless access points and wireless controllers licensing and support services for all school sites and the district's office, subject to provisions of state and local procurement rules. Dr. Lee.
Yes, the Buena Park School District has a large installment of switches, controllers, servers, gateways, routers, and wireless access points that provide the district's network communication needs. The wireless access points and wireless controllers licensing and support contract ends in 2025. This request seeks permission to solicit requests for proposals for wireless access points and wireless controllers licensing and support contract for the district's current Wi-Fi equipment and infrastructure.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr.
Second.
Frutos and Ms. Shedd, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. Approval of Resolution 2407, resolution authorizing participation by the Buena Park School District in the Zero Emission School Bus and Infrastructure ZESB Incentive Project. It is recommended that the Buena Park School District Governing Board approve the resolution authorizing participation by the Buena Park School District in the Zero Emission School Bus and Infrastructure ZESB Incentive Project. Dr. Lee.
Yes, a zero emission school bus and infrastructure or ZESB application Part A submission has been preliminarily approved to move forward to application Part B, and funding has been reserved for our application. Part B will open in the fall 2024 to applicants to receive this preliminary approval notification. Applicants will be required to submit additional supporting documents for the scrappage vehicles. The district would receive up to 500,000 per bus to cover most of all costs for the bus and EV charging infrastructure.
Nice, that's interesting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos,
Second.
Mr. Chong, and this is a roll call. Mr. Chong,
Yes.
Ms. Shed,
Yes.
Mr. Frutos,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, so motion passes 4-0. And then we have resolution 2408, resolution on board member compensation for missed meeting. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 2408, resolution on board member compensation for missed meeting. Dr. Lee.
Ed Code Section 35120 authorizes payment to board members for missed meetings due to illness, hardship, or performance of services outside the district for the district when the board by resolution finds that they were absent for one of those reasons. As mentioned in the public comment, trustee Rhodia Shed was absent last month due to a death in the family.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Chong and Mr. Frutos. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Abstain.
So motion passes 3-0-1. Thank you. Discussion calendar. Oh, that was a mouthful, though. Action calendar. Discussion calendar, job description, child nutrition services supervisor. Dr. Lee.
Yes, under the supervision of Director of Child Nutrition Services or a designee, this person would independently direct plans, participate and organize and coordinates operation of assigned groups of school kitchens or programs within established standards to ensure nutrition, health, safety, and sanitation. They will perform a variety of high-skilled duties to support the overall operations of the food services department.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have to review a new board policy, the first reading. Dr. Lee.
This would be the first reading of a board policy, providing the district clarity regarding drone protocols.
Thank you, and I'm sure you all got that. Consent calendar. Unless a trustee has a question concerning a particular item and asks that it be withdrawn from the consent calendar, the items are approved at one time by the governing board. Mr. Chung, do you have anything to remove?
Nothing to remove.
Ms. Shed?
No, I don't have anything.
Mr. Frutos?
Nothing for me.
And I have nothing to remove. So do I have a motion to approve items A through H in the consent calendar?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos?
Second.
Mr. Chung? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. Information and correspondence, major topics 2024, 2025.
For the major topics, there have been no changes made since last month.
Thank you. And then we have our Williams Settlement Legislation 24-25 Quarter 1 report.
Happy to note, we have no findings for Q1 for Buena Park Middle School regarding instructional materials as well as facilities.
Perfect. Thank you. Closed session, conferences with Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent of the Buena Park School District, Labor Relations, Buena Park Teacher Association, Government Conference Code 54957.6, Labor Relations, California School Employee Association, Chapter 569, Government Conference Code 54957.6, Labor Relations, Non-Represented Management and Confidential Contract Employees Government Code 54957.6, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Superintendent. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
A motion.
Should.
Motion.
Second,
Second.
Mr. Frutos, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. Government board meeting is called into closed session at 6:32. Okay, do I have a motion to reconvene?
Motion.
Mr.
Second.
Frutos and Ms. Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 4-0. The governing board meeting reconvened at 9 p.m. Reporting out of closed session, there is nothing to report. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos,
Second.
Mr. Chung, all those in favor? And I'm an aye, motion passes 4-0. The governing board meeting adjourned at 9:01.